Cherry. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Thank you all for coming. Sorry, if those of you who know the situation, I'm still a bit out of it at the moment, but welcome, everyone. Welcome. I hope you are having a wonderful Friday. Having it as best I can, considering the circumstances. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, yesterday my kitty Frodo passed away, so it hurts, but I want to make sure things are nice and happy. I'm doing fine, don't worry too much. I have plenty of family and the like who are here, so don't worry too much about me. I'm as good as I can be. So, with that said though, let's focus on the games and the stream. It's better, Meridian. Things are better than they're better than previously. It was something that we had to do. At least it went peacefully, and I cried the tears that needed to be cried. Now, without further ado, I think we're going to start the Limbus company story, and I think I need a bit of gotcha therapy. Here we are. Now, I'm not going to spend all my lunacy, because I have a bunch of it and I want to save it for when Walpurgis Nacht comes around again. Exactly. So we're going to do one roll. Just a single 10 roll. See if we get lucky. Ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that. You saw nothing. This is our single and only 10 roll. Yep. Single and only 10 roll. Bugger. Okay. Now to Intervallo. Now for the Intervallo. Yep, we have Blade Lineage and the Goat. Bamboo-hatted Goat. Event bonus units, obviously the event ones, and all the Blade Lineage units. So, I've said this in my reaction videos. But the fact that this event seems to involve a lot of cameras is fascinating to me. Oh, hey Ferret, welcome to the stream. As I said, the fact that this involves photos, my friend, my friend, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I am trying to get everyone leveled to max. I am making steady progress. Look, only once we get to here, do we start getting units I have not maxed yet. My friend. And I am never going to be caught with the... Oh, I have no doubt that they're going to address the taboo. I just find it interesting. I just find it very, very interesting. So, let's begin. Consultation session. I got water. Well, obviously, who couldn't resist getting the ID, the ego, and the announcer? I just am able to wait a little bit. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No. Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should put him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? Hey Scar, welcome, welcome. I'm feeling a lot better today, don't worry. I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No. No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Oh. Is Dante really multitasking that much? He's definitely improved, becoming a proper manager, doing 10 different things at the same time. Yeah, one thing which I have done is I have a fund which I've been saving up for some upgrades for VTuber model stuff. It wasn't much so far, mostly by the people who've donated to me for different things and just money I put aside here and there. I decided to use a small chunk of it to commission a piece of artwork of my kitty and his long-departed sibling just cuddling together in heaven. I'll show it to all of you one of these days once it's done. I think it's something I feel I had to do for them. Exactly. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter's starting to get a little distracted. Distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street. Sounds delicious. Without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that, and I have no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Mersault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stocks scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. So 50% of that money is going to Rhodia's snack budget. Viridian, ban that bastard. Ban that guy. As for Faust... Thank you, Viridian. Bot sellers are just the worst. As for Faust... She decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. It's interesting how they're making a lot more use of this ability. Yeah, I think the main reason why Project Moon is doing this from a story perspective is that it gives them more freedom to essentially have the sinners split off and still be relevant. Plus, it also creates interesting combat challenges since you don't have a full team or you have to use specific sinners. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. You have not shared with anyone the fact that the other Fausts have designated you Stupid Faust, have you? It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. Are the other Fausts taking more control of our Faust? That could be the case. So, one thing I do find interesting regard to the Gesellschaft is the different Fausts and what is going to differentiate our Faust from the rest of them. And personally, from what I'm guessing is our Faust is not a stupid Faust or any nonsense like that. Our Faust, I think, is a curious Faust. A Faust that is willing to let go with the flow and also is still interested in learning new things for the sake of learning them. While I think all the other Fausts are more concerned with learning for the sake of gathering information for their mission. It's a subtle difference, but I think it's important. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. You know, by the way, it's named Dante, kind of makes playing Limbus Company. Oh yeah, I understand that. When characters have the same name, it can be very easy to confuse them. Thank you. I often find myself thinking about these literary tropes and why they're utilized. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? No, she can still do so. I think she's just limited. May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. Huh. Interesting. It appears there remains occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right. You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. But it's a good guess. I'm guessing this has something to do with N-Corp. Yeah, I know, I'm mispronouncing it like crazy. Fun fact, one part of my heritage is German. I just has never gone to Germany. My only real connection is the fact that I get a passport. That's true, but let's see. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't get me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Good. Shall we move on? Yes. Your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. Yeah, it is quite difficult to pronounce languages if you don't understand them properly. I'm actually in the process of learning Japanese, and Oh boy, my pronunciation always sounds so stilted. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? I do wonder why that's the case. What is allowing Dante to remember everything? It can't just be the Golden Bows. That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arya Shiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But, ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still show no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back, though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Interesting. So one theory I've had in my mind for a little bit is the fact that the former Dante was not an ally of Limbus Company. I feel like the former Dante was either independent or outright an enemy. Because I feel like we're in for a situation of the divide between Dante the character and Dante the writer. Wait. Oh. Someone wrote a script. Our Dante is... I see. So I think the original Dante might have written a script that this Dante, he wants them to follow. And maybe he trusted someone to make sure it happened. Maybe they're able to predict that this was going to happen. Who knows? Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Wait, are we bringing up Papa Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. So in other words, a chicken doesn't understand that it's being born, raised, and fed in order to be eaten. No, they did mention chicken. Remember we got the Bongi plushie from the Hell's Chicken event. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. We're only in the Inferno, Dante. We still have Limbo and Paradiso. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. That's the phrase that term, aspect. It's been brought up before, and I want to know what that means. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means. Yep, just like me. Even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before, where all of this began, had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge. Knowledge is acquired throughout, and yep. But the true throne lies at the top of the mountain. Exactly. And if they follow Dante's Inferno and the rest of the Divine Comedy correctly, Virgilius will have to part with us by the point we reach the end of Limbo. Yep. But with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means. Or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information and that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Yep, because we're going from, I don't know if it's proper reverse order or not, considering how much the tree of Sephiroth tree is positioned, but we started with the left and right eyes. We've done Hokma. Yeah, Hokma. Right, is Hokma. Yeah, we've done Hokma. We've done Chesed. I forgot the name for a second, and I believe we've done Gebera. That still leaves Central Command and the Upper Sapphira. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Yep, I knew I was correct there. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaging in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. That wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. And it would also allow Dante to run away and still do his thing. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. So Rhodia doesn't, for example, suddenly faceplant into her food. Just like, there. Even as I continue to talk with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is, and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions, so they're hitting win rate. As for Rhodia, wait. Did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage to do that with a big baguette? Okay, at this point I'm convinced Rhodia spent some of her money on some of that space warping technology just to make her snack pockets even bigger. To see Faust adjust and actively encourage. Yeah, it is interesting to see her do so. Although, to be fair, I think that this is Faust recognizing that while it's a bit early for this, it's still not causing too many problems. and there's no harm in using it. If anything, it helps. And Otis's group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issue. LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. What? What could this be? But, yeah, I definitely see them weaving and throwing down the seeds for Faust Canto. And my current theory is that Faust Canto is going to have us fighting the other Faust. Rendezvous. At least, the other Fausts are going to be involved somehow. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hands all over arm and hand signals? What signals? What swinging the arm sideways is even supposed to mean? That refers to you cut the chatter, let's go. You don't know? He is a civilian. He wasn't even a sailor like Ishmael. It's scatter, damn it. So scatter! Yep. Okay, my mistake. For me, I would just yell scatter. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary military training would have recognized a hand signals well that basic. Yeah. He doesn't have military training. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Exactly. Sinclair is not going to become a color-level combatant until the Second Smoke War. Maybe. Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make a boast of a single chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly waves thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in the mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanst to say. Don't you have some training, Don? Honestly, I was expecting Don to get it. Do you think that of all the personnel in the team, only the Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal? I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people? Ishmael, we all know that neither of those two are ordinary. Like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. Well, yeah, of course Otis is rude. She doesn't have Dante's to glaze. When she's not glazing Dante, she is taking command. But yeah. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs. Literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Ezra! Slam. Hey, pretty cute, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa. Aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? I get the feeling that she jumped out of a window. Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Ezra time. I look forward to her interacting with Don Quixote on a less serious situation. Split your thundering descent. Sorry, split by your thundering descent. The floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great, can you check out on the distortion peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appeareth to be a sweeper. Wait, what? And that yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. Interesting. Okay, I have basically little to no information here. But my current theory is that these distortions are minions, people who were converted by the true distortion. And it mainly takes the form of either something transferred via specific canned experience, or via photography or photos. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking too hard. A plan saith thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Wait, did nobody brief you? No one ever briefs us, Ezra. This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterwards do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversations twice if I say anything about it now. I am most curious. Please inform me. I want to know what happened to Kim. Oh, here they are. Ah, you have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? They're being very particular here. What are you hiding? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, for you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings, and must be examined with care. Well, I mean, they're both correct. Don't touch things if they could potentially turn you into a popcorn machine, and also try and examine things for clues. You just don't touch them while looking. For he is great, exactly. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the neck. Hang on. Did you just say mentor? Yep, this is Mr. Kim. I have not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you have to dress it up like that? I told you, I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Yep, Mr. Bamboo Hatted himself. Switch, where's the switch? Ah, gotcha. Who's that? And hey, Kim. So, who's that under the... You know, they kind of looked a lot more impressive. I do like her new fit, though. It's both casual and professional. Huh? Goodness. Known as Bamboo Hatted Kim. Wait. Is that just his clothes on a coat rack? Ah, yes, that... Huh? That's me. Guess I should say pleased to see you, folks. Huh? What? Huh? Did the de-distortion cause like a personality shift? True, it might just be a case that he's a very casual person when he's not being a badass. Search for the inflection point. Now, I'm keeping in mind the main rules of I'm keeping in mind the main rules of detective fiction. So we shouldn't discover more than 2 secret passageways. The detective should not be the criminal, and there should be Chekhov's guns. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-hatted Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself. So, I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. Yeah, so far I was expecting, classic mentor vibes. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that's fires on your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. A lot more casual than expected. Can you check again? Just in case? Well, yeah, he does have a very sharp jaw. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing his face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Oh, he's rubbing my face. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Wait. Oh, he's surprised. Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I guess people have different business faces. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Angdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. So, how much were you embellishing? But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There. Or don't you hear it? Faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Angdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet, I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow, and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrain from mentioning any truth that might invite the latter. To even hint at any that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. There are two Kims inside you. Serious Kim and Kim on the weekends. Yeah, now I'm imagining him as sort of the goofball character who is just very relaxed and easygoing. Then he locks in and becomes an utter human blender. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, aho. So you can't see anything if I block this part. Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. I mean, we helped him quite a bit, so essentially. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of glass cleareth the storm of the heart. Translation. Maybe you should touch grass. Touch grass. Go touch grass. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderfire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis. Although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? I'm starting to think that the Blade lineage mentor, Mersault, is very different from the real bamboo-hatted Kim. Maybe that's why he's not called bamboo-hatted. The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ungdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. True. I'd imagine that it's going to bring up some interesting theories. And I look forward to seeing what information we glean. The main thing I'm interested in seeing is the cameras. Because, as we all know, the taboo in N-Corp backstreets. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place? If you'd rather be unemployed. No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. Catch on quickly. First they spouted this nonsense about distortions and all, and then forced hired me, calling me a company-owned resource, whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's its name? Golden Bow? Yes. They invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Ungdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling, I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Oh yeah, I know the exact feeling. Some days you just want to lay in bed and be a complete and utter layabout. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? I think she's threatening him. Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there, that's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You got to save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. The fact that Ezra is saying this, I should mention that I haven't actually read Distortion Detective yet. I really have to get around to that. But I feel like Ezra saying this is funny, and yeah, I can see the Yandere vibes because of the bangs. She looks a lot more casual now, less of a, since she's not full on Blade lineage seriousness. But at the same time, it makes her look a bit crazy on occasion. Like the shading on her upper face, that makes her look a bit Yandere. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No can do. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants, and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a frickin' headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll get you what you want. Is she doing this on purpose, or is she doing this by accident? You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. I get the feeling that you didn't get most of your disciples by choice. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. Oh boy. Oh boy. No sooner Angdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. Yandere! But it was had strange intensity that sent chills down my spine. Yeah, so the other day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed in debt to the company. Yeah, I suppose so. It's simple. You see Bambo had Kim, you join the Blade lineage and tell him to be your mentor, and if he says no, you just ask again. This is a you're going to be my mentor. Don't resist. Kim's gaze lingered on Angdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Miss Angdu, your arms. Not only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. Last time we saw her she had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it, and they're probably expensive. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. One of the LCD teams. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arms clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation. 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz's Industries N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by the LCD's Phenomena deciphering team. And they put him on her for trial. Is it the teddy bear lady? I can't remember what the teddy bear lady's name is, but I'd imagine that she is involved. Doubt you'll find another like him. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. One second, I'm gonna have a bit of a chocolate bar. Chocolate. Just needed something sweet. Now where was I? For a moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? Oh. Huh. And I think that's a new version of that image. Is they didn't just reuse the old image there. No, I think they used a new version. It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory that's for Sinclair. Why it cast a shadow over his face. But, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that for the first time. Whoa boy. But, sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. Dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now. Oh yeah, I noticed. It's a new image of the family. Yeah, and let me see here. Okay. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. Yep, he seems to be better about prosthesis. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice. But she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. Ezra is like one of those ladies that loves weapons. And if you give her the opportunity, she is going to spend the entire day just weapon shopping, looking for weapons, learning about weapons, and just more weapons. And here's Kim. I like to imagine Kim was the guy carrying the bags. While everyone was distracted talking to Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in the corner. Yeah, do not trust Ezra with your credit card. Exactly. I'd imagine that is why Ezra says to save up, because she likes splurging when she finds something good. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are these things? All these things. It looks like a photo studio. It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes in that chair backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh. That could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object, turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair, as if she had realized something. But Mersault's hand shot out before she could even finish, grasping Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled out a little bit, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section of the cylinder. I'm guessing this is like a mini black room for the development of the film. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching this exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep, it went back in. With a quick nod, Mersault took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. Oh, yeah. He the moment he saw that, he acted. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. He is going to say he also dabbled in photography. Yes. Salt's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like it was like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. Oh, N-Corp uses film rolls. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention, because we know that Moses is a war veteran. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with those distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self, steering the conversation away from the subject. Yeah, the taboo is going to be an interesting thing to learn about here. Both Ezra and I we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted upon ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there remain in aught deserving illumination? Yeah, wait. Wait, you're right. Wait. We haven't cleaned up the distortion. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I can understand that. Fandom has a tendency to stretch information out, and it also tends to take a simple fact and I wouldn't say and grow it to the logical conclusion, but they tend to take it for a bit more broad than it actually is. I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaging in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves, so they're minion types. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anyhow, finding an inflection point without the team leader around's gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration. As though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the direction of its curvature changes? Calling the mind to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polyseme, referring to the point at which distortions occurs. Point intent and or instead what did I say? Point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use the term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortions hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Makes sense. Sure, you can help someone with a distortion, but unless you know what's making them distort, it's gonna cause some problems. Also, give me a second, I gotta turn on my heater. It is getting a little chilly. Let's turn on my heater quick. Gets a bit chilly here at this time. Yeah, it gets pretty chilly this time of year, and it doesn't help by the fact that unlike a lot of houses up there in the northern hemisphere, a lot of places where I live don't really have much in the way of like central heating. In my case, my house is just brick and concrete. Like, I know it probably has some insulation, but it's mostly just brick and concrete. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock appears opens a door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean the dungeon of the fathoms? Exactly. And the distortion crew, have to figure out and do therapy. We just do therapy directly on your mind by beating up the trauma. Yep, that's the one. Oh, don't get started on this argument. I argue that heat is a lot better than cold. Because like heat, I still feel like I want to do stuff. With cold, I just want to snuggle in bed and not do anything. Oh yeah, but it's a lot easier to figure out the cause of something and do therapy when you can literally see their memories and traumas. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Oh, not gonna lie, I am so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit off my sleeve. Or bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the clients this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the ZWI and the combat-orientated fixer offices. But none of them could actually do things right. And the jobs got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly, that's why you gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Bambo-hatted Kim, show us what's in your pockets. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits, and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Wait, that's N-Corp, right? Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Nagel und Hammer. Nail and hammer. Come to think of it, wasn't Mersault... I was once employed by N-Corp. You used to work with those people? Yeah, did he mention that he used to work at N-Corp? Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Mersault? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera's briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pin frame team of Service de Klaus. Oh, and what do they do? Result recited... Self-recite the information as though we were pulling it from a file. Now, he had already sorted and placed... Okay, pinfall team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of the N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include handling of N-Corp's internal information, analyzing N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arrangement of N-Corp's internal information, and finally, that'd be enough. That'd be enough. When I played the... Yeah. Oh, I was expecting the same thing as well. Where he's taking encyclopedia... Is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with the nest affairs come all the way out to a shady backstreet like this? Got any guesses? Sorry. Got distracted. What? I missed something? I'm unable to determine that. I missed that phrase. Possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra stared holes into me with the unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" Wouldn't pull any... Because aside from combat stuff, I've got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, result. Maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Result's eyes widened. His gaze fixed me with such force that I could almost feel the full... A leveling stare. There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. That is true. Everyone has their own biases. A clipped tone and took an look almost bordering on silent. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to the capacity. Okay. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. Yeah, Mersault does tend to not make his own judgment. Maybe it's something to do with how he does recognize he isn't like most other people, he recognizes that he is mega autistic. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad," as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that this mission was one of or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like, Wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff. So note to self, you can be hired as a fixer to hunt down taboo violators. Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings. For enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of deciphering the truth from lies before her. Can't see, whereas I am looking. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's wallet. Let's put that back. I don't want to be robbers. Yeah, it seems that minor violations are for just the random person, so they don't have to waste their resources on, say, sending a level 1 operative to deal with random person to bootleg the camera. Aha! This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work detail: elimination of the individual of a category a 3 taboo violation. Address: Butter Street. This is the place. So this is the reason why they sent the hunters. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomena might be connected. Could be a case that this person broke the taboo for a reason. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and charge change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rodia, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigans. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our detective's chivalric adventurer stuff the costumes away. No! No, give me Don Don in detective outfit. I need more cosplay. Okay then, we should get moving too. No, I want more cosplay. Cosplay is cute and adorable. So we know that's now. Let's try and piece together from what information we have. Yeah, we need lots of more dawns. So we know for a fact that the taboo hunters are here. We know for a fact that there's some type of camera. Well, we have theorized there's some type of camera-related distortion, and we know that there is. Well, that or Dawn is just being Dawn. And finally, we know for a fact that this is some type of photograph or film studio setup. I'd imagine that the taboo hunters is one of the things that push the person over the edge. If I had to make a guess, they may or may not have known or have known someone who is sick, and they want to use the photography in order to preserve their likeness. That's why I got taboo hunted. And yep, see, I brought my Blade Lineage team. I don't have the other one yet. I'm still working on that, so I just gotta deal with this. Although, let me double check. What other Pride units? What other Pride Ishmaels do I have? No, Poise. What are the Poise? Yeah, none that work. Yep, Blade Lineage time. Hell yeah. And this random sea captain who stumbled in. I know, it's a sad thing, but it's fine. I'm gonna make sure this guy's leveled up, and you're probably going to be useless, but oh well. Let's do this thing. Tally-ho! Yeah, I know. Yeah, the lack of the ego is unfortunate, but what can you do? What can you do beyond just suck it up and try your best? We spent a long time while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. Kim? Empty your pockets, Kim. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Blade Sinclair is not as bad as people say, even though he's still rather bad. Otis, yeah, is an utter joke. I remember when we started out, we got Blade Lineage Otis we got the Blade Lineage he sang as a early starter bonus. That's when when Limbus Company first came out. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can be counted on as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's on that film. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Ungdu, I have no idea. Did Yi sang up type 4? Yeah, but at the same time, Blade Lineage Yi sang with the Mentor is one of the stronger ones. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me, with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal "once swung, a sword does not retrace its arcs" ungdo? So it is with life. If there is no undoing what has been already been cut. Ah. He's one of those guys. He's one of those... I don't know how much of it is true, but I get the impression that Kim is a lot more competent than he's portraying. And he definitely is giving me the vibe of the type of person who acts and plays the fool, but is a lot more sharp than he really is, than he initially appears. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor, or ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone. I swear, she has just gotten extra terrifying. How are you so much scarier here? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, ungdo. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Is the reason why you guys couldn't find a homeland because Kim just kept burying you in debt? Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Ow, ow, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. The spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me inflicts me yet again. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard. Yet, by some cruel truth, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed, and that I had I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp-cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Excuse me. Ah, is that so? Ungdo suddenly pulls out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. That's how he gets... Yep, never underestimate him. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words inflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. She has got it. I get the feeling that she still holds that grudge. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I can't believe this is the same mentor Ungdo follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance that Ungdo who said he had? Young Ungdo, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wouldn't be the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, who when speaking to others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor, with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I was wondering whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn away, which she literally did. I swear, that's just such a badass move. Oh, I just lost my arms. Worth it. All of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly. Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself one day. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. I predict it's going to happen very soon. Duke gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely, as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, as there will be no end to his digging in his heels, I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." You're giving heavy yandere vibes, but I get it. Some people need a good kick in the butt in order to do things. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Huh? Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between my chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advanced party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we can come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden, pop. A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright, that it made my head swim. Yep, there was the same pop, and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh? Oh, we're in a black room. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Andu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Ah, so it takes it partially from memories. No, I'm getting it already. That right. Looks much the same to me. So, this is a flash of memories. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence I haven't been able to detect until just now. Somehow, it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. Wait. Dealing with this flood of distortions in this area. But there's always... Oh. I get it. The core distortion basically he has the ability to push people to their limits and turn them into distortions. That's what is happening here. It is, and it's trying to do the same thing to Kim. And it's trying to do that in order to kill N-Corp. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms. The sheen of the light and even the air we breathe, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. This is the depths of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager. Is it exactly it? This is what I was trying to explain. So these distortions are formed from memories, and it seems to mostly focus around Kim here. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in bloodstained dopo robes as were approaching us with dragging uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Angdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the... I'm not even going to bother pronouncing that. The Chunnokuns of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender. That's for certain. Executive manager? Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. So from what let's see how these guys work. We seem to have two different types based on the face of things. Incapacitate her. What skills? Classical counter. See, bleed plus poise on target. Gain poise, gain poise. Avulsion wound. See, bleed for every stack. Okay. On Clash Lock, gain Head Splitter Memory once per turn. Gain Bind next turn. Let's see. Deal +5 for every bind on target. So this is a bind-focused enemy. Let's see. To cover the eyes is not to be blinded. These fabrics, created using Q-Corp Singularity, are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. Fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics, eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. You know, I think that the Index probably utilizes a similar technology. Clash. Okay, it makes sense. So let's look at the other ones. Bind. So, yep, they focus on binding and being fast. I see. Memories. Okay, trust. Let's see here. Look how the baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them up to the powers that be. Prisoner transport arrangements. Let's see. Two sorts of taboo hunters, the royal censors and the agent of the royal court. The court censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who dare break the taboo of... I'm not pronouncing that. Much like fixer officers, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a branded is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in manner preferable by the band. The hunt of the Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. He's still there. Okay, then he's unique sanity. Jumbled memories. Okay, and... okay, this is one of those types of combats. So these two we can ignore since they're counters. Don Quixote. Mentor. Neutral. Good. Unopposed. I guess you go for that one, it's unopposed. And you go for that one, it's unopposed. Okay, and go. I can guess. I can guess that trust is a very dangerous status effect. So, I'll do what I must. Specifically, I'm gonna cut them to pieces. As our dog CEO intended. Oh, I forgot that Ezra's here. Wait, if Ezra's here, then Ongdu should be here too. He is such... I really want to get the Ishmael ID. Voice count. Yeah, she is basically the Ishmael ID. Outside looks no different. These might... that by the... I would say... assume... oh, that's not to say that... oh, I know. She has the tag. Don't need charge transporting it. Demon Fire Spine Cleaver. Now that's a name of a weapon. That's a name of a weapon. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. No, not dominating. Dominating. Oh, come on. Are you guys really that pathetic? These two are basically handles, so I'm just going to leave them to it. I'll just leave them to it, and let's see here. Neutral favored. Neutral, that's favored. Neutral. And you? Yeah, I'll do that one, because even if you fail, that still means that it's... let's just grief this specific dude. And even if you fail, you get attack power next turn, which is decent. And Ezra is just a monster. I'm the... come on. Good. You didn't job that time. And he's stunned. Okay, you jobbed that time. That's fine. Is everyone just getting... it's fine, him jobbing actually can help me.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거.
Him dropping actually makes it easier.
목숨을 거두려
Now,
했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
can any of you guys do better? Really? Really, it's impossible for them to. Claim their bones.
망설임이 없도록.
Ezra's. Yeah, Ezra took care of that. And now these guys aren't too dangerous, but I know this is just the initial fight with them. I know they'll probably get a lot scarier later on. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. That it's might do another gacha roll just see if I get lucky. Now that we've reached this point. Okay. Now I'm just going to accept at this point that none of you guys are going to be able to make me have to claim your bones. So yeah. Let's just pile in on that one guy here. I do wonder. I wonder if I kind of do have this idea in my head that Bamboo-Hatted Kim, when he's slinking off, isn't just avoiding the fight. I wonder if there might be something going on that he isn't telling us about. Like, for example, imagine if there is distorted Bamboo-Hatted Kim in here, and every time we enter here and he dips out, he's actually going to fight himself. Maybe not, probably not, but hey, I can dream. Deal with that one. Deal with that one. Deal with that one. We deal with that one. And again, pile in on the one guy. Especially when my allies are just causing so much damage. Actually, I guess her being a Blade lineage character does simplify things slightly. Probably getting all the Blade lineage buffs. You know, I'm reminded of one issue that Captain Ishmael. It's always just been the fact that she loses HP. She loses sanity, and her sanity is just weird. Yes. Since she's a Blade lineage character, she's getting the buffs from characters like Don Quixote. And at this point, I'm just going to win rate it. I don't need to be specific here. I feel like she's doing most of the work at this point. Yeah, those two are utterly ridiculous, and I love them. So that takes care of that one. Good to get through there. Let's see what we're going to deal with next. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Chengdu casts blood from her sword. With a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh. They're not changing back. Doesn't it look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around? Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues this time while time allows us. Right. You take that side, I'll search here. Ezra and Engdu, they moved about us as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath, after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee. Yeah, Captain Ish just kind of bleeds, as you said, her sanity. It's still fun to use her, but yeah, not the best. I do hope that at some point we get an updated or a new Ahab ID for Ishmael. Okay, Ote was the first one to voice her doubts in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet neither before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Captain Ishmael gets one as well. Well, it seems to be their main way of doing it, where they buff specific units and by giving them a good ego that further boosts their capabilities. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when the whole space distorts. And since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big. This one's here's covering almost an entire street. Then those people, they entered the space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continues with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion, even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here, too. With a call, Ezra directs our attention to the rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. 2. Bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Kunokuns, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting down runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp after all. That's interesting because you'd think that a corporation would want to encourage their technicians to stick around, since technicians are the people who improve their products and, make sure everything runs. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers, oh, I see, are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Yeah, I see, there's slave hunters. So they literally capture scientists and turn them into slaves. Oh, that's honestly not surprising in the city. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends afore the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice, and an excuse of their power mongering, nothing more. Exactly. As you probably know historically, slavery, one of the main reasons slavery was abolished wasn't just because it was morally wrong. It was the realization that, and the understanding that slavery was just economically inefficient. It really was more trouble than it was worth. Yeah, most slavery these days is corporate slavery, where you're stuck in a dead-end job. You can't really do anything else, and you have to work long hours. But compared to classic slavery, where people are forced to do something, and that just builds resentment and makes them very prone to, lashing out. So-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of a taboo summon the hunter? Does the hunter first seize their prey, thereafter frame the capture with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. So the nobles have started the process of whenever they see someone they want control of, they declare them Nobi and, turn them into slaves. Something tells me that is going to cause problems in the long run. And could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yisang? Or me, perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Tunukuns generated by distortion? This is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and the Chanukuns have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chanukuns suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, However, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. Yeah, the time collectors would be here if it was based on Yi Sang, and unless the fact, maybe it's the fact that of everyone here, only the bamboo-hatted Kim has distorted before. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from bamboo-hatted Kim or Engdu's memories. Furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. And we're back. White flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head, cried out with annoyance. Ugh, if only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything burst with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, being dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward, and I mean, let's be perfectly honest, we're probably going to kill a lot of N-Corp in the near future. Let's just do what we came here for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest darkroom and... actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chinukuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watches Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team to the other part of my vision. Well, I mean, from the way it sounds, I think there's going to be a bit of a internal power struggle in N-Corp. My current theory is that bare minimum, there's going to be two factions. Faction 1 is going to be Cromer Senior, and Faction 2 is going to be Gregor's mom, Hermond. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-Hatted Kim is right now. I wonder what the situation is. Load. As expected. Okay, we've done part 1. How much? Okay, still a fair bit way to go before I can get the next identity. Okay, I'm gonna try another extraction. I have my gotcha addictions, you know how it is. I am having utterly shit gotcha luck rate lately. I'm going... Okay. Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Please come to me. Well, please come to me. Come to me, Ishmael. Come to me, Ego. I don't know what's with things lately. My luck has just been terrible. Yeah, my great mentor, come to us! Okay, this is the last one. Okay. Yes! We got something! We got a bite! We got a bite! We got a bite. Oh. Will it be the ego or Ishmael?
S사 주변 정세를 알아보려 두문불출한 것이라고 분명. 아니.
Okay, I'm gonna do this again. One more time. Oh! This time! Wait, I think that's the ego. I think this is ego. I think this is the ego. Yep, we got the most important one. We got the ego. We got aura farming ego. Now I can wait for Ishmael. I gotta save. But hell yeah. I can now aura farm. I'm gonna need more of these before I can. But I can now aura farm. And hey, that's good enough for moving now next section. Next stage. Film. Oh, okay. Oh, good thing I can now bring the other guys.
주인놈
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
수금할 시간.
부선장이 필요한가?
고래를 향해. 주인놈 뜻에 따라 준비 완료.
Actually, no, that
주인놈 뜻에 따라.
you are so ass. I'm not even gonna bother having you on the field.
태어나겠습니다.
No, actually, I probably should have her on the field, but
주인놈 뜻에 따라.
even if she dies, I don't
준비
care.
완료. 고래를 수금할 시간.
부선장이 필요한가?
Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, I know. Let's go! Let's see the new and improved power of my blade lineage. Meanwhile, the Eclipse team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? No, but judging by their get-ups, they seem like S-Corp fellas. Things were going so well. Could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? No. But no! You just had to go bark at them first. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, buddy. Not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you lot gonna milk that? Until we know Ricardo isn't going to just randomly appear and beat our asses. Like, we're due for at least one more Ricardo fight. Only after we beat him will I forgive you. Excuse me? What? You got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Yeah, he is due to become a great brother. Ricardo showing up again is going to be so hilarious. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of legends had there been a cup of fine and Maguali. a rice wine to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD. LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss, Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. We have to remember, he is still Bamboo-Hatted Kim. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Wait, behind you, there's... Yeah. Wow, he took out all those dopo-wearing people with just a single strike. I say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades is murmuring tales. Was never linger on the stage for long, after all. Oh, where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it! Don't worry, I have Bamboo-Hatted Kim at home. Yep, and this... Don't worry, I have a Bamboo-Hatted Kim at home. That's a... So I can ignore that guy. Favored. Favored. Okay, go. We have the guys with their ancient Korean style swordplay. Don't worry, I got the pride. Alright, I'll get the pride going in no time. Okay, good. At least that's decent with it. I'll get that pride going in no time. Okay, I can ignore that guy. Okay, mostly neutral. Let's see if I can find someone else there. Okay, dominating. Yeah, that'll be the pride I need. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, the Sang handle that one. Okay, all good. Go. That'll be the pride I need, then I can activate the ego resource. You were expecting in Korean swordplay, but I just brought a gun. Good. 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 Alright, now it's time. Now it's time to activate it. Now who to use it on? You fool, I brought a gun to a sword fight. Exactly. Or it can be a case of, you fool! Thunder cross split attack! I hope you get that one, then good for you. Alright, let's go and do the thing. But, yeah, I think Kim isn't just sneaking off. I get the feeling that Kim is looking for something. Because there is no way he is just wandering around and avoiding fights. This is my legendary drunken sword technique. It's called that because I cut you when you get drunk.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
Well, that guy's face. Hey, what? Huh? Huh? Okay, we're now fighting. Okay, how does this work? How do you guys work? Haste, bleed, tremor, pinning nail. Let's see, gain defense, rebind. Gain bleed stacks. So the intelligence gathering. My ego, 10 skills and ego skills are counted separately. I guess it does make sense. Guess it does make sense that they have tremor and bleed. Oh. Oh. Please tell me one of you guys have a... Yes! Yes! Time to claim their bones. It's time, everyone. And this is with the buff activated. Ooh, yes. Oh, you fool! You fool! You fell for it! Thunder Cross Split Attack! 200, 300, almost 500 damage!
이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
There.
무분조토.
There. Those fools.
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 걸. 저 도야지
I
같은
want to use
새끼들.
this one. Claim their bones. I want them all to be nice. Nice and tender. Raw and wriggling and juicy. Oh, come on, don't job. Okay, good, good. Job for a second there. That's fine. That's fine. Oh yeah, that was with two tails, like... Let's do the thing again. I feel the power. And I haven't fully uptied that one yet. I still have to get to uptie 4 with it, and I can predict uptie 4 is going to be ridiculous. I'm just gonna...
엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼웠지. 내 의안처럼.
Just gonna do this. Even split. Even split. Go. Yeah, everyone, I can feel how everyone's a lot stronger there. They're hitting harder. Ow. Harder, he's healing every strike. Sword play of the homeland, people.
그 삶의 마침표를.
구, 언, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처
Yeah, it is going to be a fun time playing with that, and I always enjoyed using the Blade Lineage team. Now I'm going to enjoy it even more. I have other teams, of course, like for instance, my one team which I created, which I always enjoy using, is what I call the Mag Dump team. It is literally just all of the characters that have bullets. It's everyone just unloading as a firing squad. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his guns, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Oh wait, this is a black room. We can do this is a dark room. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He does things for a reason. He has never left his post without purpose so far. So he's searching for something. That stuff he picked up probably is a clue. No, I get it. Okay. Hey, but come on. Would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? You don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. The team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie. Wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCED was lax in supervising his personnel? Is that what you're suggesting? No, I suspect Bamboo-Hatted Kim was out doing something epic, like just maybe he was having a duel against a high-ranking finger member, keeping them occupied. Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. He knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around. He was outside all along, taking down the ring auto mannequins who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, see, he was doing things. He was genuinely helping, just in his own way. It's quite fascinating, really. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He just somehow caught on and did the job himself. Huh. He's a lot more competent than he lets on. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facility team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCA to actually deploy. Wait, they would have been delayed by another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. Interesting. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Ahem. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talk, more doing type, I guess. And the type that seems like an idiot, but knows exactly what to do. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there's no helping it. Today, though, never mind. And it's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day, one of those solo missions doesn't go his way, and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Maybe that's the point. The big thing that always pops up with Bamboo-Hatted Kim is that while Kim himself is powerful... Oi, Magscab, welcome! You're welcome! As I was saying, while Bamboo-Hatted Kim himself is powerful, those around him usually aren't nearly at his level. So maybe this is his way of trying to handle that trauma. By not having his allies near him, he doesn't have to worry about them getting cut down while he is able to remain alive. Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard. Oh god, I'm going Scottish there. Well, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up, and there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together, could be that. But I've got these moments where I get a flash of that gut feeling, and however you want to call it, my boss man Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said, I can hear them gears turning, or think I hear rats scurrying about. He do things you can't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. It does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, because if you are so drunk you cannot be afraid, you're so drunk that you're probably going to lose your balance. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is getting plastered right before a turf war's not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowded round the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came stomping in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? Nope. This sounds like something very specific. This sounds like the flow that Virgilius follows. I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that so? Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of these stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he has employed a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all is past, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. It's likely the trauma situation, as I said earlier. I bet you, and I bet you my bottom dollar, that bamboo-hatted Kim has some type of trauma at the moment. And it's all around his allies dying. And that's the main focus he has. Doing things himself and avoiding his allies dying. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitantly, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Hey, are you looking for the light switch? It's right. Don't touch that! And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Mersault's clipped warning. His voice came from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mersault, where are you? He's developing the photos. He's making the photos, everyone. Ah, there he is in the corner. Is he washing something? Photo development. It's a interesting art, I'm going to say. I'm not going to lie and pretend that I understand how it works, but I know the basics at least for how things work in fiction. And I know that he is developing the photos. I have no idea. Sometimes things get weird. Plus, I will admit my setup is not nearly as powerful as I'd want it to be. I am developing the film role. Manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. I didn't either. Most curious. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film development manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first and now a darkroom. This may be more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. That seems fairly clear, which again, considering the district. But I think it was mentioned that specifically film that's not allowed. The film's serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. The Salt chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then, with a measured rhythm. But whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable to the average resident in Encore. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are people entrusted with that job. Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. Ah, I see. Docugrapher. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? You'd be surprised. You could be the richest person in the city, the wealthiest, the most powerful, and you could still distort. Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safety lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it. Correct. Check out these windows. They're only covered in newspaper, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. Almost as if this was set up on the sly. This was an illegal darkroom. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. This someone, and who doesn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager? But the main thing we need to find out is what is in these photos. That will be the smoking gun that tells us exactly what happens. Result came to my side quietly. Still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. Yep. Something is going on here. I have a request regarding your instructions to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in the room is not turned on until the development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? Battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. Because developing photos in NCorp without permission is a taboo, right? At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after NCorp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled NCorp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Mersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. The battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Mersault, you? You should have warned us way earlier! Yeah. Understood, Manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. I swear, you are delightfully autistic sometimes. Well, a lot of times, Mersault. Should have told us that sooner. Now, let's see what happens next. So, we're going... You almost did 50% of the damage! Amazing how the right ego can do a... Oh, huh. You know, I honestly was expecting to have another battle. Photos. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's back streets distorted with the flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead, and at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjol, rewarding growth. at first and gave it little attention. I thought it were photographs immediately. Yet upon closer look, I swear I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bought from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escort, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Result stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it, and the instant he brought them to me... So these photos allow us to pop into the different memories and trauma! We heard another pop, and again, a bright flash blinded my vision for a moment. If I was the Sinners, I'd probably get a bit annoyed by getting flashbanged all the time. I'm like, we just do things, then bam, flashbang, bam, flashbang, bam, flashbang. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. Yeah, pretty much. My whole body tenses, then goes slack right after. The other Sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Result. I really pushed him. He stood right in front of it with the photos still held in his hand. Yeah, big fan of light mode, even though I am a big fan of dark mode. Because, my god, why does everything always default to light mode? It's always a open it and flashbang. You get just in your face, flashbang. No. He gave us his usual short answer, and returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete, and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photographs so I could take a look. See anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. Let's look here, let's see. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. We have what looks like a baker's girl doing her thing. We have a trio of scientists looking ominous as all fuck. We have a person holding a bouquet of dead flowers, artsy, I guess. And we have a picture taken of someone far away that's a bit blurry. If I had to pick one similar between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, it is fairly cold. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. Flashbang! Okay, no. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt felt a strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Assault must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said the docugraphers just take these photos to put into canned experience. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sphere. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sphere? What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experience, right? They're in high demand in other districts too. But the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sphere. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam week came around. Oh, wait 1 second. Never had one myself, though. Okay, looks like the Twitch people have a little bit of an ad break. I'm going to take this opportunity to refill my water bottle and grab a brownie. I'll be back in a second. Brownies are just delicious. Okay, we just have this last one. Virgilius, don't worry, we're doing our job. We're doing our job, Virgilius. What tickets? What tickets? I didn't... Anyway. Alright, that should... Now, where was I? Never had one myself, though. I can't really explain, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. I would not be surprised, but it isn't... It's kind of curious that how should I phrase this? It's kind of curious that all of the canned experience comes from one individual. That either indicates that there's some type of weird nonsense going on, or like maybe there's a big monster thing that they use to make it, or there's some hoarding of tech. Who knows? Well, whoever stole those tickets, Virgilius, I get the feeling you're probably going to slaughter them. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base contents of canned experience, known as experience matter, is applied to reprocessing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experiences. Middle. Ah. An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxury building that they could never afford. But another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture, French word. Haute couture canned experience is increasing by the day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Perhaps they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it will cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. Staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that have become warped in bizarre ways, like a photographer who wants to capture beauty or something. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp, that is. The S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Angdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Ooh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliate with Sevens Association. And let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC, Ryoshu and Rodian's shopping trip. The baker. the bread seller. Rodian bought a baguette. I think she said, "Do we regroup, clock?" That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. I think Ryoshu takes amusement with people not understanding her. Rodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rodia, you there? What, Dante? Wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Yep. A glutton res is... We happen to find the baker. Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra bruschetta and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't and treat food like that. Bread has, bakers have feeling too, you know? No. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Aria is doing her thing. I do like how Aria is still the scabbard and still responds. It's like we did add a new character to the bus. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec? If you need me to fight, just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Result had brought me. Where is the bakery you're at? I clocked it immediately. I remembered the baguette. The baguette was Klee. The baguette was the clue. It was the baguette all along. Oui. Baguette was the answer. Exactly. And let's be perfectly honest. Good bread is delicious. Do you know they have a national bread baking contest in France? Yeah, I kid you not. They have this baguette challenge where where most of the bakers in the country participate. Right? And they judge these, they take it very seriously when they judge these baguettes. Firmness, richness, taste, how they crumple, everything. And most importantly of all that how does it feel? And the winner is not only declared the best baguette baker of the year, they are also given a contract to supply baguettes to the President of France for the entirety of the year. So yes, baguettes are serious business, and yeah, freshly baked bread tastes way different. Ah yes, bakery owner. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the questions on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably, he was always wearing one, too. I'd guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, Executive Manager. A few inquiries at that cannery to bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. I think it's more just for the ordinary life. Allow me to verify, Executive Manager. I think the main thing that this individual was fixated on is the ordinary. He cared a lot about the ordinary experiences that people just forget. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. I think this is giving us a hint of the cancer in this district. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. Why does she look scared now? Baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile, though before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. Then why don't you seem happy? Flowers for Algalorn. These people are flowers for Algalorning themselves. For those of you who don't know, Flowers for Algalorn, I might be mispronouncing that, is a short story that mostly follows the journal entries of this one guy who went through some intelligence-enhancing experiments. When he started, he was happy. Even though he was dumb, he was still a happy man. Then he got the experiment that made him super, super smart. Like, way smarter than everyone else. Yeah, that one. And then over time, the effects started to wear off, and he started becoming stupid again. And by the end of it, he was miserable because at the start, he was ignorant of how dumb he was. He was happy there. When he was a genius, he was smart because he knew how smart he was. By the end, he was miserable because he knew how dumb he actually is, and he desires to be smart again. I think that's what is happening to these people. They're taking canned experience of these big, fantastical things, living in a mansion, and that makes their lot. That's a big, bright spark, something brilliant. But afterwards, the rest of your life seems dull and uninteresting. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem. Young Mersault, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reasons from one's continent. They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lakes, and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are. They may, however. Aho, a magic can allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Yep, not surprised there. Mass-produced canned experience are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Ah. Memory is altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. It is tailored brainwashing. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experience are extremely vivid. There it is. Because memories that we experience on a day-to-day basis aren't as vivid as we'd think. We often forget unimportant details. So if the canned experience memory is so vivid, it feels more real than reality. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. They're addicts. They're addicts to a drug. For the sweeter and more splendid a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. And hence the baker feels that I can never achieve this mansion, but I can at least experience it as part of the dream. That's honestly quite despicable. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop towards it. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all these questions. I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? Rodian carries enough snacks to keep multiple people fully fed for over a week. You even gotta ask? Of course I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets. So we can all share later. How again, I am certain she modified that coat. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. Hey, Kim. Welcome back. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Her coat is all pockets. And I can imagine someone attacking Rodian, cutting her clothing, and then getting blasted by high-pressure snack food. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. All right, I'm ready. I'm loving Kim. Kim is such a fun character. Freaking waste of bread! Gah! Ezra angry fist drove into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager? Sold approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instructions. Oh, so this is the film in that case you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other light sources of light. As it is a reversal film, images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh. That's pretty cool. Is it showing? Can I see too? Move over a bit. Let me take a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? Is in the same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm there? Here? Further along the strip gets, the lower it goes. Oh. This is not a photo. Ah. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We're all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff, like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. Pictures are allowed. Films are not. You draw a picture in the corner of a stick of notes or a thick book, in the exact same spot on every page. You start this with the arms down, then one change in each page, nudging the arms up higher and higher until they raise all the way. When you flip the page fast enough, the drawing stops looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frames suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. I wonder what they're going to send at us this time. Yep, We broke the taboo. And now we have to pay for it. How many of these do I have? Not enough. And now we have to pay for it. Don't worry. I have the blade lineage on my side. Tally ho! Tally ho! Oh crap. As soon as I registered Mersault's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we going to be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Core and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, as many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Yeah, we've kind of gone through utter craziness. Miss Faust, what will happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. And Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When M-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands and thank them for their service and nicely hand it over to the authorities. Everything should be A-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in the dark room. In that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But Team Leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. Do you think Mersault developed bad film? If the footage, its image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sticking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. They don't want competition for their canned experiences. So even if we're really, really unlucky, and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as this footage is low fidelity. Probably. What exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show 1 minute image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze the film roll and see how vivid it really is. Result, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Quickly picks up the film, the ground, and show that cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Mersault to finish. Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over here. We must analyze these frame rates. In N-Corp, your frames per second can affect things considerably. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. Sinners all gather around Otis and look towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? Docu-Griffer couldn't possibly have moved that pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, but observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That is possible, and if so, that gives us more wiggle room. Let me think here. Let me think. If this is a case where it is just moving slowly, that might give us time. Here just yet. Yes. Not sure it's enough. That's when Bambo hatted Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it's noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo. Correct? Yeah, and one thing I love about Project Moon is how they often throw out these crazy loopholes and technicalities with these sorts of things. They have the character. There's this very specific rule, and you can't have film, but you can have individual photos, those that look like they're moving. So I guess normal movies are not allowed in N-Corp, but stop motion film and stop motion animation is perfectly valid. That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a Wings taboo. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life? Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that they could be doing more than live the rest of their life your life in a 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. I'm speaking from experience there, Ishmael. Speaking from experience. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-Hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? Like Ishmael suddenly deciding, you know what, I'm just going to become a whaler and join a whaling ship. Or possibly whatever Bamboo-Hatted Kim did. From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrill shot through his cameras, another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector there for all of this part of the backstreets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It have made those folks violators of the taboo. Why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they can make him a projector. Seems like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, it's not a taboo of NCorp to view recorded videos. Ah, okay. Pray tell, why would any insane mind... Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet's blokes spit down for anything long as there's coin. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same guard as the pin frame team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they will lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Yep, if you need to get somewhere and you don't know where it is, sometimes it's a good idea to just follow the people who look like they know where they're going. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Evidence. Please advise for. They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure doesn't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Well, time for murder. Time for murder. 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 It's fun to say murder.
네, 뭐.
And so we just have...
내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다.
Okay, that I'll
왜
get.
그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지?
I'll easily get 3 prides. That's good.
내가 그 로싱이나 이 희
That's good.
동홍처럼
Don't need to touch these two since they're already taken care of. Everyone just pile in on these guys. And Okay, and that you got 3 pride. Go.
즐겁겠군.
That's 1. 2. Okay. Hit them hard, hit them fast. Good job, Faust. Yeah, their bones shall be claimed. I want those bones. And then there's this guy with a gun.
그대로 어뢰.
Now I have it.
땡하기 전까지 손가락
You fool!
까딱하지 마.
Now I shall claim your bones. Fool, your bones will be mine. Focus on that one guy and claim their bones.
사월을 건너
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
And Ezra is just a utter beast. I also do like how Ezra is, how just in general Limbus Company has started to give us a lot more NPC ally combatants. And I think it started with Chi-Chun all the way back in La Mancha Land, and steadily we've had more of them.
숨을 거두리라.
Steadily we've just gotten more and more of them, which I think is very nice. It really helps sell the idea that we're working with these people. And it also allows them to have more interesting fight.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
오, 제 행위. 그렇다면 무상이다.
And now, you fools, I have activated 1% of my power. Now face this.
이제 신 수에선 벗어났나?
I look forward to when Kim puts on the hat. Yeah, she just has her pride of 8 and that. Blade Lineage Otis is what I call sacrifice fodder. She's there to be the one to die, or just use her dodge skill. Please tell me. Yes! Yes! Their bones shall be mine! Their bones shall be mine. I shall claim them. No. Their bones shall be claimed. And you can just make sure that guy dies. Do you think we got her originally as a random who was just passed out on the street? You fool! Cool. Taste this! I shall claim your bones! And I'm pretty sure most of the...
눈에 담을 만한 가치가 있는 예술이군.
And I'm pretty sure the only reason he didn't get higher damage was most of them died before. died before we could finish.
모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를
Okay.
분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
Most of them just died before we could do any much to them. Okay, there, that. The rest of you can go. Go like that. Yeah, she's gonna kill them. Never mind, she has it. I didn't need to do any actual strategy there. I should have just let her do her thing.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Okay, that takes care of that one. Load in, load in, load in, load in.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지.
I think I'm about...
기세를 잃지 않기를.
Yeah, I seem to be about halfway through the event now. Halfway through the event. Yeah, I think I can do about, like, this one seems to be mostly just... This is probably just a combat mode. So let's finish this one. Do this one quick. So now N-Corp is pursuing us. I mean, we are killing their dudes. Oh, really? I'm almost done? Then I'll keep going. I wasn't sure how close I was to the end. That's always the trick with these things. Finding out how close you are can be a bit of a tricky thing. Where are you? Right, you're expendable. But that's a one-sided guard. You can't do anything. You're expendable. Pride. Oh, good. Yeah. Let's see if you can just dodge around that. That gives me enough. Can handle that one. No. No, so I'm just gonna have you block that. Look at mine. Ah, screw it. Let's make this a long screen. Okay. Let's continue going. Let's continue going then. This will just have to be a fair bit longer than usual. Yeah. Next ad break, I'm going to take next time an ad break pops up on Twitch, I'm going to go and grab a pizza slice to just eat because I am getting a bit peckish. Dodge. Dodge. You should have dodged that last one. It's fine, it's fine. We shall claim their bones soon. That is so pathetic, Otis. But it's fine. We have gained the power. Now we shall claim what is ours by right. Those bones don't belong to you. Who are you attacking? That's right, I can't redirect that from her. Those don't belong to you. Who are you attacking? Oh, yeah, sure. Go for it. I don't care. If she dies, she dies. I honestly kind of want her to die. Okay. The rest of you just focus fire on that guy. Everyone's taken care of. Yep, they did not pay their bone tax. I'm doing a quick little autopsy, a quick little vivisection to confirm. Yes, you have bones. Bones that I must claim that you do not own. These bones do not belong to you, so I have to repossess them. Sorry, my good man, but it would appear that your bones have passed their extended warranty.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면.
Hello, sir. Do you know that half of every N-Corp person has yet to remove their bones? It's a grave offense not to turn in your bones. Bone. Hit. Almost fully dead. Thanks, Dawn. Now she's gonna do her thing, which is gonna slaughter a lot of them.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼워.
Okay, you take care of that one. I'm sorry, my good man, but I believe that your bones are past their extended warranty. I'm sorry, my good man, but you... I do find it interesting that they're wearing similar or maybe even the same gauntlets and greaves that... Yeah, those bones shall be gone. I do find it interesting these guys are wearing the same types of gauntlets that we see Emer Assault wearing, at least in his default model. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta claim some bones. $400, baby! Take out. Hey, Heathcliff, do the thing. Possibly, I can't remember. Oh, remember what we said about bones? Okay, so I've done my assessment, and yeah, all of those bones belong to us. All of these bones belong to us, and we're going to have to take them all. So please, do not resist. She really becomes an utter monster once she gets going. Yep, these are our bones now. You fool! Thundercross split attack! 300. Yeah, he literally killed them before he got to the final coin. He killed all of them before he got to the final coin. It feels nice to be able to claim some people's bones again.
물러서지 않겠습니다. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저토코 온 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 용수염이라는
Bones have been reclaimed. They now belong to me. Thank you for your service.
그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는
Thank you.
수박을 곁들인
These are some
용수염과
fine
결정하지.
bones. I will take them for myself. Well, no. Humans can survive without a skeleton. Because we all know that secretly,
승부수가 먹혀
humans are just skeletons in disguise.
기술은 완벽히
Phase two.
우리에게 있었다.
And so,
정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
suit 2. So yeah, you said roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I see. I am almost done. Oh, looks like we're going to be entering the distortion field again. Let's do the time warp again. We are skeletons in flesh armor. Exactly. Hardly a challenge, and what a waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service des Klaus is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, ads. I'm no sorry about that. Sorry, ad break. I'm just going to quickly go grab a brownie while the Twitch people are having an ad. I'll be right back. Grabbed a slice of pizza instead. Pizza is good. Oh. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps? Collecting photos to include in the report with a higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow a lead, they end up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Isolde stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners, and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notion in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, But as though by some chance or whim, hey, Mersault, I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Sorry, I needed a drink quick, so I had to hydrate myself. Yes, manager? Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say. But aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered, should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Yep, gotta stay hydrated like that ego. Do you have anything to say? You know, right now. No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choose his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did, a few words lingered on the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking me to let out. Asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of course. Of that? He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze is just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. You lovable autistic man. We agree that he's basically autistic, right? He kind of gives all those signs. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery, even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager? Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I've informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss, Clock. Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersault had predicted, we made our way into the building. Oh wow, yeah. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does NCorp have so many of these guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violators here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whirl of some kind of machinery. And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. The projector is the distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange symbols. They looked similar to what we saw on their faces as in our earlier battle, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to slowly rotate, with dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shield your eyes! The moment it began to emanate a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began to creep into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness, past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Undo. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? What the hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure occurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against a side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even caring about the real thing. There's the wrap. People don't care about the real thing, so they... Case number TC3224. You're under suspicion of Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a rule of echo to the dog excoriation of fools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. You cannot do anything against Bamboo-hatted Kim. Clang. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-hatted Kim raised his sword and carried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without a care about the real thing. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, use force, win the clash. I dare ya. It repeats the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Yep. Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employees' attacks. Yeah, and then their damage is over 300, exactly. There's something just satisfying about losing the clash and then beating their ass. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known. The blade, transforming into a mindless fiend, consumed by a mere tool. Cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms about showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflection of the fathoms of one's heart is? That got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run. A mere ant for a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eye of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burned out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrow twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. I still got flashbanged! The blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of escort, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunanokon. Mentor! Keep that up, and you'll shout me deaf, Ongdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. Don't understand what's happening. But first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and that was its mechanism. Faust? Words began to shift before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. The one who finds comfort settling in lies. I give you what most deserved your gaze. Stop flashbanging me! Bollocks. I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mersault identifies, there was something different about the group of Kun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor and great Hwando of the Sai Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and notched an arrow. Suppose this is how it would have gone down, had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyeon Il. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosed the notched arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that ear-splitting sound as their cue, the Kun began to swarm us. Very well. I shall claim your bones! Once it loads. Okay, how do you work? Flash, S-Corp, Circle Psi, or your skills? Oak Splitter, Poison Bleed, Target. Oh. They always have quite the bangers. Give me thy skeleton, exactly. Okay, so if fast lose, deal. Okay. Sword of the Homeland, Psi. Reassuring stance. Unaffected by with assist units. Prioritize sinners. If target's skill is into as gain transition. Retreat at turn end and transition to a different location. Gain or lose. Let's see. Tiger Hunt. The Mountain of S-Corps. Mountains of S-Corps District 19 are home to all manner of beasts. Amongst them, the bear, in particular, boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff of a landslide. Giving ground to this creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. Tiger Hunt. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it is felled at last. Fail to do so and the tiger will escape death, or best its opponent to one day grow into a sanguine, a lord of the mountain. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. Yep, Recon status affected. Gain fixed panic. And I see. Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Dijon Brigandine is one example of such armor. Much like our Corp's power armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West. The Dijon Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive capabilities. But these advantages do not mean that armor of such potency are readily supplied to combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armor, once a rider has familiarized himself with Brigandine in extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across the battlefield. Okay, interesting. The promise of slaughter. Sword of Homeland Sigh. Homeland S-Corp's traditional art of sword is also divided into 3 branches: Sai, Pi, and Puyon. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sanguines. To perform them in full, the swordmaster must wield a great Wando capable of bear the strain of the techniques. Mismatched memories. Okay, it gets weakened. Unit skill. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. There are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. Old men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Okay, and let's see, we have you here. Where's Kim? I would have thought Kim would be here. I guess not. So I need to stop that one. Can you stop? Good. You are. Wait a second. I need to double check. Sorry. Reassurance stance. Let's see. As a post against target that uses gain. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make sure I know what I'm doing here. Okay, I can ignore that guy. Okay, she has that handled. Okay. These attacks. Okay. You focus on your old friend. Struggling against that, favored. Good. When in doubt, use gun. Like the story. Oh yeah, okay, so Ezra has that skill handled. I can focus that one on there. Yeah, I figured it's just a case of I want to essentially jostle the stacks back and forth so it can't really change them that much. Okay, I got enough. Go. But the music is epic, though. Okay. Face this! Face the power of gun! You weren't expecting gun, were you? Ezra. Thank you, Ezra. Good, get our sanity up. Good. And this also inflicts 5.
자세에 틀림은 없.
This also inflicts her with.
엄마가 만반잘구는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야.
Yep, there it is.
지우시니까
There's the skill list. Plus point. But you don't have that. Have that amount. So I know. So good. I have to. Sometimes I yield to drama. Sometimes I yield my desire. I yield certain desires to drama. Yeah, God. Yeah. Clash start. If I just keep clashing both of these, it'll keep balanced. Got that favorite there. That one there, and I still have to deal with that one. Can you handle it? Good. Good, handled. Go.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Yeah, Ezra, give us extra. We take out the fodder, give us more focus. Good job, Don Quixote. Hey, keep your thing up, keep giving us. And next one.
제 행위.
Now. Drink. Fit. Destroy. Oh, darn. Next. Also did good amount of damage. And gave us all good sanity boosts. That's also important.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Good job, Sinclair. Good job, Otis.
그대로 어뢰. 땡하기 전까지 손가락 하나 까딱하지.
Otis. Okay. Handle that. Have it. Can anyone handle this one? That's a neutral. That's decent. Can you handle this? That's another neutral. Can you handle this? That's another neutral. Can this handle this? That's favored. I also need. Okay. Oh, Ezra's handling this one, so that's good. So yeah, you can handle that with the ego. Now that one, and now that one. Good, dominating there. Take. And you hit that one. You can handle that one, and you can handle that one, and you can handle that one. Good, and Otis, I just want you to do some cleanup of those guys. Go.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
That's one dead. Okay, that's one dead. Good job, Ezra. You are an utter beast.
네 상대는 나야.
Okay.
망을 참아.
I really know how to make it epic with this music, though. I am so into this.
숨을 거두리라.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
That's another one down.
이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
Sanity is lowering every time. You take that guy and... the action economy is in our favor. Oh. Oh. Flashbangs.
받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지.
Oh, I see.
엄마와 같은 색으로
The flash
갈아끼워.
projector.
내
No skills,
의도참.
any passives. Flash projector, I see. Okay, take advantage of this. I have no idea what this specifically is, but I'm just... I said, what's this? That one stack retreat. Feel based on each current battle will form the homeland. And gains or loses. I'm just gonna focus all my attacks on you since you're here. Yep.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Let's focus as many attacks we can on the thingy. Bit overkill, but that's fine. Oh yeah, it is actually an amazing name for like distortion.
흐트러지게.
I also love the healing effect. It really helps counter bleed effects, especially. Everyone just unload everything we have into this. Into the distortion.
지루하고.
Okay, most of them are taken out.
하지만 이런 시기에
Oh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good. But not yet.
비장의 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈채는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
The rest of you, I'll let the others take care of that. You guys do some cleanup duty here. Here, just take out the potential threats.
망설임이 없도록.
You know, like that.
아름다운 것.
Okay, that should... Wow, I could have sworn that would be enough. Oh well, can't exactly predict that.
침착한 결과입니다.
Well, all the enemies are down.
어때?
Are down, so let's just
독이 좋아지지 않았나?
unload some basic skills on them, get ourselves a bit better. Unload just some basic skills. No need to waste our strong ones. Close my eyes that time.
엄마가 만반잘구는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야.
Yeah, they can be like that sometimes.
요리오슈쿠.
You fool! You're gonna fall right into my trap. Dominate. Favored. Favored. Hopeless, as expected with you. Favored. Hopeless. Favored. Alright. Time to claim his bones.
타겟 포착. 한시방.
Ha! You fool! Your bones are mine!
그 몸까지 밟진 않을 터.
Although this, looking at his health shows, this guy has insane health. Like, oh my god. Oh. Really? Dang. Why do you have to job sometimes? See, that's how you do it. Ezra, good job.
그 전이적인
Hey.
헛짓거리는 어디서 배운 거지? 재밌다. 피, 흙과 신, 어인너 짜증나는 시선이 늘었고
So,
앞으로 한 번만 더
let me think here, let me think here.
눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보면 그땐 예외 없이 모분다.
Yeah, I know. It is always rage-inducing. Ezra has that handled. Alright, Ezra, you got this? Yeah, she's got this. Take that there. You can handle that one, I think. Make sure it goes through. Got that one. It's just one of those turns where everyone I have has basic skills. I wonder. No, can't offset that. I never really can wrap my head around offsetting sometimes. Offsetting is just one of those things that... I know you can do it, I just can never remember how to do it. Everyone's still good. Okay, go!
망설임이 없.
We have bones to claim, people! Wait. Oh! She's claiming his bones! Good job! Just as I taught you! Claim those bones! Faust! Ow! Hong Lu. I always forget how it works. Offset is one of those things you just don't remember to do a lot of the time.
숨을 거두리라.
Give everyone...
피, 흙과 신, 어인너 짜증나는 시선이 늘었고 앞으로 한 번만 더.
Yeah, bones were claimed. Bones were claimed.
그땐 예외 없이 못 분다.
Let's do this to get health top-ups. We can claim that one. Good. Rest of you just lay into him with everything you've got. Go. Dealing low damage here, people. We're chipping away. We're almost. Yeah, we need a health top up. Our friends are starting to get look a bit hurt. Oh yeah, this is definitely. Ezra, beat their face in. Perfect. Give everyone a heal. Good, that should make the situation a lot easier. Almost down to 500. We've almost broken their shield. Then we can claim the bones beneath. Ah, flashbang. Okay, we can claim the bones later. To be perfectly honest, this is... You know, these Encore people are kind of terrible at their jobs. If they just helped us, this would be done a lot easier. Okay. Heathcliff, do the thing. Okay. You don't even run in, do you? We're close, we're getting closer.
하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
Favorite there. Everyone just kill. Have you guys just take care of those two, since I'll keep that in reserve if that actually has a bit of use for it. And expected. I think she's kind of just gone beast mode at the moment. Perfect. Now it is time, everyone. Once again, we will engage in our favorite recreational activity. We're going to claim some bones! Simple one. Going to claim. Okay, Limbus guy, I have one question for you. How many bones can I claim from you? How many bones of yours will I claim? Okay, who's this targeting? Oh well, time to claim some bones.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Oh no, I lost the clash. You fool! Ooh. Thundercross split attack! I see. And did you know that half of those bones I will claim are in your hands and feet? Ezra, do the thing! Wait, is Sinclair going to... I think Sinclair's about to do the claim the bones thing. Yeah, he's claiming these bones. I shall set my form up right. And just a little more. Well, I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... yeah, but it's hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of one of them. Battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners. More so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. Yeah, they are slaughtering. But, right, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Yeah. Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. The battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N and S Corp. We simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Guyon. I can't pronounce Korean names properly. Who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seems that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we know they're there? They're killing all of our guys! Wait, how do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way that we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Imguya or destroying the projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situation in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemy has already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through the current predicament. Ah. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to... Wait, maybe. The LCB regular checkup back in the LCE. He says that all you have to do is to read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flash takes us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within. So what are the keywords then? Had provided us the necessary keywords for its distortion back then. This time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first. One of them has to be photographed. Obviously being present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. It is 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There's an undercurrent of obsession with the experiences staining every trail. It must be aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. Concept alone's relaxed substance. Genuine experiences. That's the word we're looking for. It must be something more grounded. Something that is at once synonymous with experience, but maintaining the through line to N-Corp's technology that has the core of his obsession. And experience. Most likely, thinks Faust. Okay, I guess canned experience also works. It's literally the product of the corporation that's causing this entire situation for him. Alright, photograph, canned experience. Naught seems to transpire as of yet. We're missing something. Photography, canned experience. Didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs that used to make canned experience? So that's what this strange sensation was. Mentioning that the word shook the distortion, caused the ripple effect. Oh, right from earlier. He desires for the purity of the photographs and them being turned into fake canned experience is the issue. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes is focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest to it. He had been poking around this area of town with an eye-watering, expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man that with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune in what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. Cold rain drips through the roof when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth. The mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is invoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion, among the countless people here, has taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim, photography canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle. Face before us momentarily warped and flat, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Oh boy, will you. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were too busy holding off the N-Corp employees. You're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them busy. Hearing that, bamboo-hatted Kim stepped up. Yep, the man, the myth, the legend. It's bamboo-hatted Kim! My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... what? WTF. What a terrible front. Yep, exactly, it's a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of fathoms would bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. And what lies within must be my own, very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. You're getting therapy, my man. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. Well, you try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even at the end of... even as the summer breaks come to an end. Ruining the last day of your vacation with an all-nighter. Arya Shiki Scabbards vibrates cheerfully in agreement. I love how Ryoshu is going full mom here with her advice, and Arya is going, yeah, that's entirely true. I had to go through it. It was not pleasant. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. Was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA, face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who's the hex do you think I am? Hey, I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see you guys how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll have to trust our two OCIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that. Undo, bring me a ladder if you're really that worried. Why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest. Needn't worry.
구, 원, 올.
Well, time for the dungeon, people. And if this follows the pattern, this is going to have a lot of blade lineage boosting equipment here. I'm going to enjoy using the blade lineage stuff.
회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 용수형 과자로 결정하지.
My only regret is not having the Ishmael. Ishmael would have been so useful. Take a sip of water.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Time for the dungeon I know I'm going to have to be farming in the future. Yeah, don't give me too many hints, but I want to figure this out myself. I want to figure this out as I go through. I go by vibes. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the signs are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp's streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I won't be surprised to find in an S-Corp-themed haunted mansion. It's a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Yet thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibes my foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. The days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of the choga, the thatch roof house, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of Choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. Im Gyong-el. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. Wow, oh, wow, that's certainly an outfit. I guess this is the Korean. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. It's the work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in Woolstrider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, but yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but military commissioner Gion Io, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Aha! Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is rhetoric. It's a rhetoric technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer rank second ordinant have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Turns to half the sinners? Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. Got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. Guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy gotcha-digging pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes. But I knew you would be, so I won't take an issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, bamboo-hatted. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the backstreets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councillors sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. direct any compliments you have towards the right state chancellor, if you will. Counselor. Counselor, Chancellor. I am but a butchering blade that happens to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just a word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. And watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Hatted Kim, thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, O mighty one. I see why they became friends, and I can see the tragedy building. The principled friend who cannot disregard those principles for the sake of his friend. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed or ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure, I have a way with words, and a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why he's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukyon, rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Tim was a menace. Tim was just a menace. Fie on thee. That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Papio, bone and sigh, flesh, as in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But blood, and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Yeah. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Beyond sigh. Whatever it is that thou art describing. It is a well-known truth that Escort is also known by its name. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depths of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, Alpi, and Papio, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone respectively. Yield the flesh to claim their bones. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. You're responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at Escort, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, and they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable escort. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded into 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councillor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councillor. And such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguish cries of suffering flood the streets. Yep, it got so bad. This is classic court politics situation. Started as a nice and equal system, but then people started getting greedy and corruption started taking in. I can imagine in maybe like over like 100 or so years or 200, things getting worse and worse and worse. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emancipated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone, and enforce them both to yield? Another way, the city is a, let's be generous, is exaggeration of South Korea. And yeah, it's Korea cubed. It's Korea cubed. An oft-heard poem, and when walking the streets of Escort, yield the flesh, claim the bone. That his greatest technique is literally the yielding the flesh to take out the bone. Oh, oh, oh. Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. Yeah. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Yep. Honestly, this entire district is... Imagine just how terrible it must be. Like, T-Corp is bad for the time tax and the work days, but people go to T-Corp. People stay in T-Corp. People are outright running from this. And in doing so, the people they're mainly persecuting are their engineers, the blood, the scientists, the people who come up with new stuff. In a way, this is stagnation. They're destroying their educated, and as a result, the things are just stagnating, fermenting, and rotting. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude. That is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bands. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeon teeming with real vermin. So he was on his roof throwing rocks and threw it at someone who this girl was chasing. Oh, I was going to do just that. So when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. There's the friend. I also, again, I like how, despite it being fancy armor, it's still a suit. It's still a suit. Return to this Nachoga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! He's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you have often mentioned fondly was... Correct. They're friends. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind an escort? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sao faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state counselor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of escort. Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state counselor, who's a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up an exile from Escort. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. Ooh, yeah. It's amazing how just shading half of her face does a lot for how she appears. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. Yeah, Kim gets all the woman. Although, yeah, I wouldn't call Angdu, I'm terrible with Korean names. Her as a woman, but yeah, he's a great guy. Both savory and unsavory, all shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. We followed without a word. Alright, let's see what events we're going to deal with. Oh, I can see this fully. Event. Okay, simple enough. Couple combats, couple this, couple that. What's the first one? You emerge into a dark, muggy cavern filled with air so stale, I almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with the metal tang, the smell of blood. Then, there was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword against sword. Which do we choose? Let's think what we know of the story. Blood is those guys. I followed the path of blood. Because that was the... Saturates the very air. Boy, lass, pull yourself together, yeah? Don't wait too long to take another one of them blood packs if you need it. But as we progress through the passage, the scent of blood only gets more oppressive. And we were starting to stumble from the sheer thickness of it, until all of a sudden the air cleared to a fresh crispness. As we were getting our bearings, I noticed a pristine pedestal of stone stacked before us. On top of it lay a neat briefcase that seemed to be well cared for. Okay, I got M-Corp, okay? Not what I was expecting, let's see. Then inflicts nails. Okay, not what I was expecting to get from that one, but okay. You first. You. Yep. It still improves my bleed, I'm aware. That's true. I'm not going to have you as my primary. I just... Oh, wait. No, if I'm doing gun, I have to do proper gun. Like, she is just too weak.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Yeah, I guess I overthought it and went blood. What? This is a new enemy type. Resentful Blade Lineage Salsa. Ah. Gain poise, clash lost. Gain poise, clash lost. Blade slashing series. This is his regret. Hi. Blade Lineage. Instead of losing poise count. Game poise. Let me guess. Oh, it's been a while since we have this. And now, we go.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Yeah, I still apply bleed, so it's not that bad, but it could have been... Oh wait, yeah, Kim should be... Yeah, Kim's here. Hello, Kim. What are your skills? Roll the sword. Alright, yep. Yep. Acupuncture. Yeah. Yeah. Yield my flesh. Heal has highest max power. Oh, but no. This is not just Kim's salt, but better. This is Bamboo Hatted Kim's Library of Ruina build. I recognize this. This is literally his Library of Ruina. A skill. Tame their bones. Yeah, overthrow. This is all of his Library of Ruina skills. Yeah, these are all his... Gain brand. Swordplay of the Homeland. Pride activated. Yeah, God Pride resonate as much as possible. Yeah. Yeah. This encounter, when this unit takes damage... This unit cannot... turn. Okay, oh yeah. And now let's do it even better. Hey, you want Pride Resonance? You're getting pride resonance. Go.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 귀찮네. 마침표를.
Slay.
자세 틀림은 없고
Gain the pride resonance.
한 점만 노린다.
오, 제 행위 그렇다면 무상다.
Yeah, he does not need to aura form.
숨을 거둬.
Him looks at Mersault using the ego skill. Look at what he needs to match even a fraction of my power.
그대로 어른. 땡하기 전까지 손가락 하나 까딱하지 마.
I can't do that yet.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
And Heathcliff is just there with a gun.
아름다운 것. 마음 둘.
You fools! Thundercross split attack!
지금 내 기쁨을 잘해줘.
You fools, this is gonna hurt a lot for you. Oh, you fool! You have made a mistake! Claim their bones! He just killed all of them in... Oh, I am looking forward to this. I'm also fearing what I'm going to encounter. Because... Yep. Claim their bones. Into the fathoms. Excuse me. As we were slowing Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and has walked up to us and asked for help. He explained that, wishing to better his own status, as he took the royal examination, akin to the public employment Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people were passing the exam with flying colors like himself, had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip, and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, Luke lost his bearing and found himself in alleys. What should he do? I have to think about this in terms of corrupt courtroom politics. This is corrupt courtroom politics. Let me read here. Alright. Let's do this route. Let's do this route. I'm going to say we've never been here before either, because we're looking around the streets. We don't have the information. You two wandered off. Click. As soon as the youth appear. That's me. I am the youth. Back then, I was a conceited fool who proudly smelt his own farts, not knowing how ridiculous he appeared. The exam was to compose an essay on a certain someone who has committed treason against Escorp. Full of foolish confidence as always, I wrote them a long paper humiliating the treasonous wretch, so that no such embarrassment can ever stay in our history again. Only upon arriving home did I realize, who would have known that the treasonous wretch I had excoriated savagely in the exam was none other than my own ancestor. Then the reason you did not seek out a seat of an official even after passing the test was... How would I dare? Why do you think no escort volunteered to guide my foolish past self? Because every soul in escort but myself already knew that I had done, who I was, a bastard who betrayed his own ancestor's name to pass an exam. I should passively... But they needn't have shamed me into breaking my brush, for I had already done that myself. While quickly hiding it. Okay, so I guess that was the wrong option. Oh well. That's just how it is. At least I know something there. So I think I thought myself into a corner there. I thought that, okay, maybe this is courtroom politics. I don't have the information. And so I need to... I do that a lot. I tend to overthink things.
네가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
뺀다.
Gold play of the homeland. No. And hey, I have a gun. You don't. Wow, that crit on the first round.
이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 잘했어.
Okay.
제일 뛰어난 게 검이었어.
키스칼리가 지금
Heathcliff, shoot them.
배워냈어요.
Overkill, but
다 법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
it's not strong enough. How can I claim too many thoughts in one head? A mistake. Yeah, they played me here. I should have gone to my instincts. And now... 200 damage, that's decent start, and now I've activated my mode. Okay. Oh. Oh, yes. You know what this means, everyone? You know what this means? I got some bones to claim.
망설임이 없도록.
It's good.
그 전위적인 헛짓거리는 어디서 배운 거지? 재밌어.
Oh yes, beat me with that. You're gonna regret it immediately. 500? 664, mostly because they're all dead by this point.
눈에 담을 만한 가스는 예술이.
뺄수 있겠죠?
And I think there's... Yeah, there's only just one poor sod.
아비들도 매번
Oh!
이런 식이야.
This one poor sod is in for even more pain. So it's going to be interesting finding out what the rest of the ego gifts that I'm missing are. Okay. So now we continue. Now we continue to see. Alright, what's this one? I catch a glimpse of a figure staring out into the darkness of unlit prison. Huh. Bambo had Kim let out a sigh before he even fully exhales. Who goes there? Her outcry cuts through the stagnant air, Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Yeah, I figured there's no shop. I'm going to play this like Kim. Kim would unsheath his sword. You are no prison guards. Who called us stood there for a moment, nonchalantly trying to gauge us even as we stood. Then she walked towards us in a gait that could not be called aggressive, but instead she chatted with us. She called upon the figure sitting inside the prison. Would you care to explain who are they and what happened? Once I exchanged but it was to no avail. Might as well be talking to a corpse long dead. Loud, exasperated sigh were returning to us. Indeed? Are you not here to visit him as well? Might you be those who shared his purpose? Okay, I got to this point. Good, good, good. I have to use this one. Oh. Visit that fool? Hearing that, Mersault and Kim stepped forth to explain what had led to the incident at the Right State Councilor's estate, with a particularly critical edge it coming on when describing Kim's actions, that is. So that is what has transpired. Hold on. How does that man know what happened? There's no time for idle chatter. We must leave S-Corp right this instant, and... By the time Kim's story ended, the prisoner's curiosity finally bubbled over to the limit and threatened to spill over as questions. However, the woman, who had just learned the truth of what had happened, refused to engage at all, and focused entirely on removing the Kongu clasped to the prisoner's throat. We cannot stay here. There is still much to be done. As for my fellow conspirators, perhaps it would be best is that you make yourself scarce as well. Consider your precarious position in Escort. Side entrance I use should still be open and unguarded. Leave quickly. You continue to deftly work your hands to unclasp the Kongu. Even as she gave us directions so detailed and vivid that we could find our way out of the prison without a map. Meanwhile, bamboo-hatted Kim wandered off to a corner of the room and picked up a broken piece of wood, pocketing it. Cursed wooden manacle. One hit against Saskia defense down. Ally is faster than the enemy. The skill ally... Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think I'm going to be... I think the way I need to do this is think like Kim. No, it can't be. My life, the experiences, the memory I have recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor. I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest, darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly, as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and semi-devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be... Indeed. the right state councilor's estate. Someone who I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Undo. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies sprayed about the yard. I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Yeah, Kim went beast mode. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo Hatted Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councilor's life was always so precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such was the fate of those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. Most prominent among them, the left state councilor, with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corruption. Private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kinda like the house guard of H-Corp. Each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiances to a different individual than the chief executive. Yep, it's a house divided. They cannot stand. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiances. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. You note that so far, most companies we've seen... Yep, even T-Corp. However, here, this has gone full fractured internally. Of every corporation we've seen so far, I'm of the opinion that S-Corp is most likely to fall. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councilors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, councilor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councilor, or die trying. Fallen. Yeah, W Corp's all but fallen, but... yeah, it's... and one thing I'm also going to point out is they are specifically the discriminating and hurting their tech development sector. That's going to cause them to fall behind in development and stagnate. which is going to make things go very bad. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me. I fell to my knees. I, Kim Glib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seed of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. Is between the old guard and the new order. Yep, I can see that. I can see that. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel, which we saw in Mersault's ID story. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Cursed parasite. I want to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some goal you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Counselor, who toils day and night in service of the Royal Court. I know the assassins were sent by the Left State Counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the swords as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The cursed shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Counselor arrived at the Royal Court. Motherfucker. They're pulling this political bullshit. They're pulling this type of political bullshit. This audacious, this effrontery, even I can't pronounce these words properly, is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The Reverend Left State Counselor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Counselor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Motherfucker. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble counselor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled on the ground by this villain. I have to say, this person is good at political bullshit. Now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. Spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. Counselor? Might you be looking for the Right State Counselor here, alive and well? Huh. Is he supposed to be me, too? Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that myself. I forget about the... Sometimes I don't notice these little small things. My lord? Violet leaned down next to my ear and whispered. Perhaps you should have known where... where not to stick your nose. Do you really think you could overcome the entire private army of the Left State Councilor's service? Send so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the unguam cloud blade, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. What it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, the S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Nope. No. You have just been as corrupt as the rest of them. It's in the panel on the left. It's literally the... No, I have those turned on. I'm just not very observant sometimes. I naturally look at the right side of the screen. Yeah, that as well. I will say that... So... Tim's own boss set him up. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Councilor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councilor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers. The very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councilor's sworn guard, Kim Lim. Heed us, O villain. Plan ho bai! Let the Unra bond take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate for the honor of Ungrion. With that brand of a Nobi sapping your strength. Brand of the Nobi. You know, I would not be surprised if the Kim we have at the moment is the nerfed version. If not your best bodyguards up. Yeah. You know, maybe he could have just said, talk to Kim, say, listen Kim, I have plans. Can you stop being such a pest? You're kind of fucking them up. Even your master with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gion Il? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The Councilor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. The S-Corp is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board? I think the main difference between what happened to Kim and what happened to Mentor Mersault is that Mentor Mersault was, well, he's the autistic guy that just follows orders. He didn't stir the pot. So that allowed his counselor to start doing his plans. And probably had him start moving before he was convinced to be corrupt, which resulted in him getting assassinated and Kim Salt doing his thing. And find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the court, but you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. As Kim Salt is basically saying, possibly, I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Ion Io, come with me. There's no hope left for Escort. Said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but not to me. It's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There. All done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort. Yet beware on relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort. You know how I am. I must go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Escort. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. Yep, you. I joined the Blade lineage. I became their mentor. Dragged them into the library. Until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. Yop had let me go. I thought I had escaped the Tiger's Maw. But I let the game progress with the flow. I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows danced by the distant humanoid form begin to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the walls and approach us, like the projection of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Oh boy, this is heavy stuff. And this is giving me ideas.
내 뭐. 내려라 머저리들.
Okay,
이라는
I have to check. Oh no, what? No, I get the...
왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지?
Okay, now...
설마 내가 그
That one, good.
이기동
Everyone just focus fire on that guy. I want that guy specifically to die. Kill that guy specifically.
타겟 포착 1시간.
Got enough pride resonance to get going? And there's... Oh wait, he has a... I have to look at that, what that skill does. And...
다음번에는 될 수 있겠죠?
And now, finish them all.
그 삶의 마침표를.
I need to check the skill. Yeah, that's the brand. That's the brand. No, doesn't have any dialogue. Okay. Just have to double check. Nothing there. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a simple one. Fairly weak enemies. Alright, take them out. At the very least, some of the things I'm getting are useful. I didn't get the broken stuff, but the current team, especially with this ego, is doing work. Name the breath that remains.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
Yep, watch this, Arya. Tame his bones.
될 수 있겠죠?
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게
Okay, that's a weak one. Focus on that one. You can take out that guy. You can deal with that guy, and everyone just hate that guy and assist over here.
타겟 포착 1시간.
That's one down. That's two down. That's three down. 4, 5.
구, 언, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
Yeah,
이건.
this has been a long stream, but I want to get to the end of this. I want to see how this ends.
수박을 곁들인 융수염 과자로 결정하지.
Even if I end up staying a bit late. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A small crowd, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. Saw a criminal covered Kingdom's properties flee Speak up if you've seen the wretch. And walking up to the civilians questioning, shake their heads, refusing to give up the criminal. Are they hiding for some reason? The crowd approach us as well. What do we do? Point them in the wrong direction. Be a good person. So he went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Once the direction I pointed them towards the man called out of the haystack, seeing had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave them their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile or take a noble thief like you away. A thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say. Wretches. So well fed while we all starve. I bet that they'll bleed rice if we get them. He returned to their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourself, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I? You ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, and return them to where they belong. This is mentor Bamboo-Hatted Kim had once done. He's a symbol. Kim is a symbol here. He's had a small, exasperated cough. I've lingered here too long. You're already on my trail again. It's time off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment, threw his sack, and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourself. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both destined to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew into the shadows. Heals? OSP?
묘수로군.
I wonder if I ratted him out, I probably would have gotten ego stuff, but that's fine. I don't care. That was the right thing to do.
어머, 부탁드려요.
네, 뭐. 내려라 모자리들. 이라는 뜻이다.
That's supposed to be handled already. Take that one. That one. They lineage this stuff. And who to focus my hate on. Yep. Blade lineage Sinclair isn't as bad as people have said. I do agree there. True, I guess if you fuck up, that does make sense that it would mostly heal. They want to make sure that you go into the final fight properly healthy. He flipped. Hey, you do know guns exist, right? Okay. Alright, all good here. Hack. Didn't stagger, but that's fine. Same as bows. Well, I would not be surprised if other places hacked. Firearms aren't really common in some places. It definitely seems to me that S-Corp... It seems to me that S-Corp is is more in favor of bows as ranged weapons. I'm more in favor of bows when they use their ranged weapons, which I suppose makes sense.
망설임이 없도록.
But what we know about Kim now, it really goes to show how he is, like, he is a lot more dangerous than his initial Ruiner level, Ruiner general reception is, because, just think about it. During Library of Ruiner, I think he was a urban, I think it was like Urban Nightmare level. I'll have to double check. And that was while being nerfed. If he wasn't nerfed, he'd probably be a Star of the City level combatant.
그렇다면 무산.
Probably like Star of the City or something. Yeah, he was an Urban Nightmare. Yes, and as he was Urban Nightmare, and
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
oh yeah, he is once referred to as one of the first. I think in a playthrough I read, because playthrough I read, he's literally referred to as the first one of the first viable end game key pages and end game skills. I think the other one was Eugen, which makes sense. Okay, let's do this. Also, I need more water in my... Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Not now. All that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Ngion in there. Was a woman of loyalty and principle. Even as military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this imbuer appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. She wasn't like that. I still believe that Escort deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corruption and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current Escort. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the rivers flow to where the currents take him. When the rivers bend and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to a S-Corp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is, but your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escort, once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You, at least, seem to think I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Gyong Ilp, second ordinate of Escort, of official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command, and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Well, here we go. We got a fight on our hands. I shall cut away the corruption. Okay, time to read what she... Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Oh boy, this is... Let's see. Leads. Okay. Yep. Homeland. Reassume stance. Guard form. Oh yeah, this music is good. Yep. You can't cheese this. Let's see, nothing new here. Yeah, I figured as much. That's how it's gonna go. Yeah, I figured it was the flesh. This flesh I claim. Against and from. Let's see. Now form bear hunt. Okay. Alright then. I have been prepping for this. Let's start. That's a dominating. Neutral, so you take this. Dominating. Hey, okay. Wait, that's being clapped. Yeah, that. You have that one. Got it. Thanks. This. Dominating. Post, damn it. Anyone fast? Where's the targeting? Don't have anyone fast enough, so one attack is unfortunately going to have to go through. Okay. Begin. Hit them with terrors with much as I can. Sword. Oh yeah, I forgot about assist defense. That's a thing.
참아.
Stand in my way.
숨을 거두리라.
I will cleave through the darkness.
오, 제 행위. 그렇다면 무상.
한 점만 노린다.
Load, aim, fire! Go on, Kim. We can do this. Good job, Heathcliff. Keep.
자세 틀림은 없.
Pity that was paralysis next turn, but that's fine. We've activated our technique. Okay, let's do this. First things first. These are the three big ones. Have to make sure these don't go through. That can take care of that, and okay, that's good. Now deal with these things. Thankfully, because I got okay, go.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
No, we are the Blade lineage. We stand by our mentor. Come on, you can do this. We have to work our way to 5,000 health. We must. Need to get Heathcliff now.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지.
Yes. Very well. I must help as best I can. Ah, bugger. Okay, rely on the assist defense for this. Time to claim some bones!
망설임이 없도록.
Your bones belong to me! We're not over. We're not done yet. Ah, well, this is gonna hurt her. Oh, she's fine. I can't be outdone by the cooler one, but well, I'm gonna try my best. Try my best to at least keep up with him.
숨을 거두리라.
Okay.
히스카이가 지금
시야 확보.
Okay. We're chipping away at the at him. We're chipping away at her.
뭐
Oh, yeah, she's about to do something.
내려라 모자르게.
That looks dangerous. That looks very dangerous.
왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마
Yeah, I see an attack that must not go through no matter what.
이
Um.
깊은 홍철이 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나?
Thankfully, I have a gun. Thankfully, I have a gun. I have to make sure this is the first one to go to take advantage of that. Yeah, okay. I can do this. Oh, I know. I see that. I'm aware of that. I've played this game long enough to have that fuck me over several times. I've played this game long enough to have that screw me over a lot. Okay. I think this should work. I have an ego skill hitting it. It's got...
사격 개시.
Yeah, I do wish they accounted for it.
기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를.
Ouch! And that was with me winning the clash. I'm going to probably have Faust do a heal at some point. Okay, good. Yep, build up, get more... Okay, good. Keep it up, keep it up. We're building up ourselves. Every turn we get more poise. Kim, no! I mean, that my guy? Yeah, that, no, that's Kim.
기클과 신호에이여. 짜증나는 시선이
Don't have,
아니라
don't have the resources for it yet.
앞으로 한 번만
Again?
기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔
Can you stop that? That's only favored.
그때 예외 없이 무분이다.
I'm not letting that one get through. I don't know what it does, but I know what it does, but you know what I mean. Okay, and okay, you have a dominating. Favored. Okay. Wrong one. You have favored there, and if you fail, then at least you get the Clash power up. Best I can do. Anything else? Go. Good. Stop it.
방울 참아.
Yeah, more damage. You can cut even the moon. And you can cut even your friend. This is gonna hurt. Ouch. Heathskip is going to retreat, that's fine. Still not quite there. Took it out. That's down. He's an inch from staggering. Stagger here. Don't stagger. Okay. Okay, good.
먼저 빠진다.
요리오 슈크. 엄마가
I've activated the maid force. Come to me, maid!
요리오니까 요리오 슈크.
That's handled. That's handled. You... Favored. Favored. Utilize the maid force.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Come on, this should work. Stagger, stagger, stagger. Yes! Perfect. That was a perfect time stagger. Now she'll be staggered not just this turn, but next turn. I have free reign to hit her hard. Oh, yeah, almost 300 there.
나는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
Okay, good.
그중 제일 뛰어난
Regain the crits, regain the crits. We're almost down.
어중간한 연민이
Good,
이런
she is
불필요한 고통을
the weakened.
가져오는 거야.
Everyone just use your best skill on her.
머리를 베었어야지. 아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Okay. She's into the hundreds. 600. 300s. I think we'll do this. I think we're going to do this. And Ryoshu, the maid force, does this. We won. He's not as powerful as I recall. Yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet... He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. Two warriors eventually lock their blades in contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bambo had Kim and Gyeon, I can't pronounce, ready for the final bout, Ongdu leaped in between them. Ongdu, are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me, my mission, my honor, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand famelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That, Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. Weakness in your strength has... Huh? The weakness in your position has failed your honor. The weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Angdu, I thought you were here to talk me into keeping on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibility asked not of you. Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burdens you had cast upon your own shoulders? And second, none of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibility a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours, and live on. Live on, so that you may repay your debts. The music! Yes! Don thine hat, Tim! Don thine hat! Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Oh. Andu and Ingirsim were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air, as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his... Oh, I see who he was talking to there. I see who you were talking to. We know who he's talking to. Yeah, and as we all know, fuck you, Carmen! But your last move was not a good one. Indeed. I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that, in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time in it. It ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. Strange, invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman readjusts her grip on the sword. Tim turns around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seems to have been lifted from his face, placed by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassed to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. Hide from heaven's gaze this hat I wore. An empty boat, I bore my friends along. A bamboo veil, we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mire I doff that shroud to moon adorn. Oh yeah, draw thine ego. Don thine hat. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hie to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who was mentor for the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no avail. What to call a man who has fallen to disturbing himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Oh.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
Such a fitting
그
end.
중에서 가장 멋진
The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothes. Yep, he is Peak. Fathoms of Escort slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreet in their blissful highs, as from taking in the canned experience, and a man who's watching them disapprove. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker, always surrounded by the smells of freshly baked bread. Simple experiences. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. But all they care about is the canned experiences they can see. Those more real than real experiences. Want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end, so that you can get high on fake, purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life, and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. my life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives. And it ends on Mersault. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersault's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. The stranger. The whole component of the stranger was trying to understand emotions, trying to experience things for real. That's what you were doing, weren't you, Mersault? You don't believe there's any experience in either the Candor experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Mersault? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Yep, it is. Huh? The figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive! It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fermenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chung Yuk-sun's. The crime of exploiting the suffering of S-Corp's downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commander of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say, yes. She is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, her shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there. No, wait, don't tell me that's headless corpses. We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff have thrown pell-mell around the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Oh boy, yeah, that was peak. That was just peak. Bamboo Hatted Kim. And they started by showing us completely different, and at the end he became so much better.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
Yeah.
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
One more node to go.
정착지를 찾을 때까지
The subject.
이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
The distortion is not protected from its own effects. Oh boy, let's finish this. I have gone through 2 water bottles in this entire thing. After this, I'm going to shower and go to bed. Yep, right on, gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, boy. Also, a word of warning to Twitch, another ad break's gonna happen. Sorry about that. They're automatic. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point. If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but yeah, we don't know that in advance. Well, that's it. That's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from Encore, not to mention satisfy our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Angdu and Kim with lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Yeah, this mission, we failed to capture the distortion, but one of our strong members has ego now, which is, as we all know, very useful. Phew-wee! The point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear, I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seems that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brow had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Yandere vibes again! Andu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. To be fair, he deserves it. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded. Yeah, haha. And with Angdu's voice no longer as bobbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seems to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though. That's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen, in any case. It's fine, you are released. You've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid that they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yep, did everyone get out of that alright? Yes, Executive Manager. Sorry for giving you that shit ID the entire time, Otis, but, I want to get as much currency. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the troubles of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what? What happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones of my shoulder to little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. Dante, you are... You know, if Dante ever became a combatant, he would probably have just an insane pain tolerance, because he's gone through so much stuff. I have ought to ask thee, clarification if thou will. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? They are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option is to keep a consistent record when tracking down a case or person is by photographs. Thine words hold water. Most puzzling, forsooth. For I recall with clarity that, from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Yeah, our enemies know we're here now. Oh hey, that sounds like a question from Result. Given how often I had to rely on the information Result had provided us in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen, Result, do you remember how many pictures of us N-Corp staff took? I'm predicting a very, very large number. I do. 56 times. Okay, not that large. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Who? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Result? Why? Huh? But why? Yeah. I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us. Louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Ah, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here. We had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. Skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters at your first... Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensations as you have recommended. But we are here on different business. So if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Ah. Hold on, Result. Let's hear them... Wait, what? Result did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Result. Formerly one who nails. What? And a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magisterian headquarters. Huh? You were that important? What? Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Yeah, I am so curious. Yeah. Yeah, Mersault is post-stranger, so I'm wondering, who did he murder? Confirmed. Very well then. In keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back, and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the heck is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersault? Mersault, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn... It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. So we're doing Ace Attorney next. And for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your ass. What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yep, we're going right into the canto here. Yeah, and we're supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Ah, the Gessel chaff didn't tell Faust. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mersault into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun trickled at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mersault, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Yep, so next canto is going to be a trial and maybe a jailbreak. Tonight there's gonna be a jailbreak somewhere in this town. Tonight there's gonna be trouble, so don't you stay around. So I have to say, that was... Oh... That was magnificent. Magnificent, I tell you. And with that, I now have... Oh, wow, 2,000. I now have enough to grab this. It is a very good intervallo. The intervallos just before a canto usually are some of the best. And Honglu the Slaver. Yeah, Kim let his aura seemingly disappear, only to reacquire it tenfold. I am the hype of my blade. I am the bone of my aura. And with that, there's only... I think we're going to do rolls with this to see if we get it as a capstone. I had a very thin veneer of... I am the hype of my blade. Need to try hard to... Oh well, I didn't luck out with those. Oh well. That's just how it is. I'll just have to shard her when the time comes. So, as per usual, I'd like to say thank you everyone for coming. This has been a long stream. A long stream. Oh boy. But I will say that this is so worth it. So worth it. A third of the day, a total of 7 hours. Because I should probably go to bed. It is 2:30 a.m. where I am. Yep, luckily the weekend and all of that. Now, as per usual for Twitch, I am going to send everyone off on a raid. Okay, so thank you everyone for coming, and for everyone else, don't forget to comment, like, subscribe, follow me on my various social medias, and until next time, have a great day. Bye bye.